Ah, shoot, my one mic isn't working. Anyway, yay! Hi, guys! Oh, I just realized that thingy's... Ah, you can't read it! No! Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'll fix it. I will fix it. Wait, where's the thingy so it can fix? I can't fix it if it doesn't fit me. Oh, I found it. Properties. I completely forgot that I was hiding there, and, yeah. Big sad. Big sad. Okay, okay. Actually, you know what? Because I need to change. Wait, so, um, I'm thinking I just go ahead and, hide this for now, because it doesn't really make sense where it is at the moment. I'll be leaving it on the other page, but, for here, it doesn't super make sense at the moment. I have to make, something for it. To be a little bit more clear and whatnot. I had it for now. I had it for now. Okay. It's still on the second page. I haven't changed too much. That reminds me of to shift something before I forget. Wait. Yeah, that was right. Okay. So, I'll be starting Endwalker today. Before that, I'm gonna do something special. One little problem with that, I thought something was set up and it is not, so I'm setting it up right now. Usually it's fine. Today it is not. Papaya. Test. Wait. Hold on. Test. Wait, why is this mic not working? Ah, no. Hold on. First off, it's supposed to be this. It's still not working. Why is it not working? Oh no. It is glitching me out though. Oh, wait. I can hear it. Hello? Yay! Actually, you were probably hearing double. Oh, that's a EX. Hold on. Up. There. I wanted to make sure the echo wasn't on. Okay. Phew. Alright. Good, you guys can hear me. Oh, thank goodness. The stream elements message being there is kind of whack. I mean, please do check out my card, but yeah. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There. Now it doesn't look as weird. Ignore the fact that this is my name there. Alright, so this is one of the songs that I really like, and I've sung before, but most of my karaoke both my karaoke's all my karaoke's are hidden. Hidden away, lost to time, and all that. So, you guys are getting a special treat. My voice isn't really ready for it this morning, but I'm hoping to do it anyway. God, I feel out of practice. This is actually worrying me a little. I got this. I sing it all the time, just not usually in this way. Okay. Like I said, we're starting Endwalker today, so I often show the trailer before I start a new... Well, no, I always show the trailer before I start a new expansion, and I'm gonna do that here, too. But first, we're gonna do this, partially because in the YouTube video, the trailer will end up muted more than like. Even without that, though, I wanted to do this, so we're doing it. Get ready for some singing. Yeah, that's right, I'm singing. There will be evidence of this. There usually isn't. Alright. I'm gonna try. It's been a hot minute. I'm kinda nervous about it, but you know, we'll try. Oh, bear with me. November autumn tide, cooling swiftly, bleeding light, smoldering softly, biding time, marching forward, left behind. Fire ash, shadows clash, forgotten footfalls engraved in ash. Fire will be repaid, for our echoes begin to fade, fade away. Fade away. Hot November, autumn tide, burning brightly, hard and wide. Kindred severed, never where, sorrow, silence we needn't bear. Ah! Gotta volume adjust a little here. The music's gonna overpower my voice. Stories sown along the way, tales of loss and fire and face. This on. Oh wait, no, on song name. I missed them. Rose on King Alana, Mamun Elan Sumhin Saja Safana. Storm and blood, born from blood of our fallen brothers. Thunder stilled, all's fulfilled. Now we yearn for freedom. Born in blood, stained in red, bound by blood, purpose fed, courage dies, hand in hand, souls aligned, forge ahead, forward. Oh my gosh, I've not sung karaoke of this in a minute. Whew, my timing's a little off. Oh. Our song of hope, she dances on the wind. Higher, oh higher, ere our hearts endure and remain forever strong. Standing tall through the dark, do we carry on wings of hope? You rise up through the night. Higher, oh higher, yeah, a song cradled fast within your arms, that its chorus might ring forth. I skipped the one part. I also think that might have clipped a little. I'm sorry. I tried to adjust it in time. Ooh, that would have clipped. Okay, there we go. Oh, I spilled more tea on my desk than I thought. Whoopsie. Every step we take echoes in our wake, winding round our fate to forge ahead. Should we Don't be afraid to forge ahead. In this heart's ablaze, no more time to waste. No, it's not too late to forge ahead. As we ride again to another end, where it all begins, forge ahead. Okay, that was a little stronger at the end there. I feel like it was much stronger in the second half. And of course, the part that I'm most confident in always gets clipped, which upsets me, but there's not too much I can do. Because someone that's... I don't know, it's finicky with OBS, I guess. I don't know. But yes, that was the intro. You'll hear it more properly. Sorry for scuff. Like I said, I haven't sung this in a hot minute, but it was enjoyable nonetheless, and I'm glad I started off this way. Alright, now, we will shift over to the other screen. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys the start screen, which is for Endwalker, and then we're gonna watch the trailer. It's gonna take us back to start screen. I'm gonna hide my screen, select my character, do all that shenanigans. Which reminds me, one moment, please. Oh, I am gonna switch to my other mic as well, so you get the usual sound quality that you're used to. Alright, one moment, please. Whoa, I can't hear myself talking anymore. I really need to go back to singing more. I miss it. Need to build up more confidence with it as well. Alright, I click to the main screen. I turn up my volume so you guys can actually hear it when you get there. Lamau. That's kind of important. Es muy importante. Es muy mucho importante. Again, you will hear the song in it, though generally during the... Hi, you! Red Eyes, you just missed me singing. Also, I have a new background! Look at that! Woo! You missed my intro stinger, too. Wrecked. What you get for being late. No, I'm kidding. How are you today? Right, we're gonna... You can see my other new singer. I'm watching the VOD later. Very good. I think part of it clipped my voice, so, you know, that'll be fun. Anyway. You can see my other stick. No! Stop that! Stop that! You're early. You're early. Alright, I just do this and it doesn't break. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna watch the trailer. So if you don't want to watch that, Red, do hide. Yeah, it's a background of Amarat from Shadowbringers. Hold on, let me show you the thing. Okay, hold on. Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. Bear with me. Ready? I'm gonna show you the thing. Boop! Ta-da! I gotta sneeze. Sorry. Yeah! My friend found it and thought of me, and I was like, oh my god, thank you! I have good friends looking out. Yes. Alright, but now we're gonna go to the game. So you get to watch my other thing! Which, I have multiple of these, I only have these two set up for now because this is what I wanted to start with. Alright, ready? Set, boop! Ha-ha! Where am I? Okay, there I am. Ha-ha! That one's Eden. Yeah. Alright. Again, we're gonna watch the thingy majiggery mabobbery. I'm gonna turn this up on my side. Hopefully it's loud enough on your guys' side. Is it loud on your side? Is it moderate? I'm gonna turn it up a little for the trailer. You might not be able to hear me over the trailer, but I mean, the point is the trailer, so that's kind of fine, you know, for the moment. Yay! Also, I'm a little loud today, it seems. I'm excited! I'll mostly be lurking today, so I dodge spoilers. That is fair. Very fair. Happy lurking, my good sir. And I hope you're doing well. Alright, here we go. Yay! Okay. Meteor! Aw, thank you, Red. Trailer's so loud. Good gods. The trailer's so much louder than I remember. So Allie. I probably should have turned down the song so you could hear the voice better. I didn't realize it wasn't gonna have the words on the bottom. Oh, fair, Red. Fair. God, I love this song. Oh, that transition! Sorry. Oh, I love this place. This trailer makes me drool a little. It's just so pretty. Oh. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend. Oh, he said take care, my friend there. Sorry. scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
You tell him! This trailer is not. The sound balance hurts. Not best friend. He's bad. Oh god, it's so loud. Oops. Okay. I'm like trying to balance the volume, but it's really hard. Oh, lovely transition, man. So pretty. Oh, it seems fine on your end? Oh, okay. To me, it's extraordinarily loud. Boom! Me trying not to sing this whole thing. Ah! That's still your prediction, yes? Sure is. Very good. Very good. We love the commitment. Alright, I am going to switch to not showing the game for a moment. Xenos who ate Zodiark. Oh my god. He just ate a whole god. Sorry, Elder Primal, but yeah. Just the whole thing in one gulp, just was like, om nom 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 nom. Look, he did it before. I mean, I guess, yeah, he did absorb Shinryu, didn't he? Okay. Oh wait, I have to put myself on /busy. There will be no interruptions from randos today. No, 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 no. We got Endwalker shit to be doing. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna teleport to the location I need to be. Actually, I can show this. I love the stinger. I'm so glad I get to show it now. I got it like last week, or something like that, and I was like, oh, but I want to start doing it when I start doing Endwalker and stuff, and I'm gonna wait. So I've been waiting patiently. And they're gonna get food. We have lots of fun. I know you've been looking forward to this. Yes. And happy munching. Happy munching. Wait. So. Red, did you end up starting the first getting to the first area of Endwalker, or no? Did your stuff end up going too long for you? You did? Okay, okay. I just want to check that. Alright, very cool. Very cool. Alright, you are free to go. Happy munching. Thank you for chatting. Have a good day. Yes, yes. Make sure you get sleep. Yes, yes. All right. So I do want to run this as a healer, much to my sorrow, actually, because I also really want to go into things with Alfie as my healer, and it's been bothering me all of Shadowbringers. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm dedicated to healing. So, yeah. Okay. Oh my god, I didn't put my new gear on. That's saddening. Let me fix that. Should I say my main character had a sudden bout of sickness? That's where I stopped. What are you thinking about? Nope, I don't play with yours, but thank you. Also, I'm not leveling today. If you read my title, you can tell what I'm doing today. But hello, Venetia. Welcome in. How are you? Bye, Red! Let's see... Happy lurking. I don't have a new book. Hold on. Do I have tombstones? No. Let me go grab a book. Just so that well, I won't need to fight for a little bit. I can wait until I get to... Will I remember to, though? Disappointed, what? Oh, about not having Alfie as my healer? That's more of my choice of classes than anything. Let me grab a new book, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. Okay, let's see. I do have a class at 80 that I could switch to, but I'm not going to. Let's see. Gotcha. Scree. I don't want to spend that much, but I will. Okay. Don't remember it off the top of my head, but I'm not a scholar main, so I don't really care what my glam is. Oh, right. Wait, no. There we go. I'm an Astra man. Only reason I'm not on Astra at the moment is because it's already level 82. So I'll be waiting to play it. I'm actually a long-time player. This is an alt that I'm running specifically for stream, so... Yeah. Alright, let's talk. Whatever it is my father and the form are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. That's not the voice you normally use, stupid head. Okay, that's fine. Gotcha. Those who are brought within close proximity of the towers are tempered into serving Garlemald, then forced to summon lunar primals with ether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we are yet to uncover what the Telophoroi wish to achieve by all this. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? Yeah, for me. I have conveyed Lord Amaric's wishes to Coulternet and the others. For the present, their role will be to facilitate communication between our allies and gather information on our enemy. Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to the long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Fourchenault here to explicitly state that fact. Rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs, it would appear that they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Cryle's mission of securing our entry into Charlayan nigh on impossible, but I am confident that she will find a way regardless. Very good. Oh god, low-pitched voices. Arrgh. After the end of the Dragon Song War, I spent many a moon roaming. Kugane, Rosithan, even Garlemald, but never Charlayan. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely by bookish types like Alphino is not a place that appeals to me. Hard pitch for me, okay. When Ironfold tried to free the emulsion held in the tower, it triggered some sort of alarm, and the captors were killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Telophoroi until the means of rescuing them has been found. In the meantime, the summonings of lunar primals will continue. Just as we must rely on the Grand Company of Eorzea to put down such entities and prevent any further abductions, so too do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. I can never pin a voice for him. Not very well. I also seem to be stuck in higher pitches today. Much and more we have discovered of the Telophoroi's machinations since Thancred and I did return from Garlemald. Verily, their troops doth appear to have been tempered in much the same manner as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice in the capital. In other words, the entirety of Garlemald appears to be zombies. Oh no. I have a feeling the journey to Charlene is going to be quite the test of your nerves in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away, I just know it. But for now, the best thing you can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Cryle. Start. Okay. Happy. Okay. Let me turn up the game for me a little. I have it a little lower than you guys do. Okay, there we go. The next... I can talk. The next ship to sail, Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. Do you have some time to talk? Of course. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Cutscene. Voiced? I think it's voiced. Very good. Nope, I lied. Damn. They did that transition thing where it could have been either. Alright. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. AKA, this is the recap before we get into things. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. God, I love this music. Stop your destruction. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Isn't quite what I want for her voice. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Erenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fan Daniel, and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. I can talk. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will Maybe it's because I'm trying to read so fast, too. I should slow down a little. There's no rush. There's no rush. Ooh, I'm really excited. I want to get through this, so I feel like I'm gonna, like, speed. It's like a zoomy moment, but... I'm just excited. Okay, anyway.
We will find a way in Charlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Fourchenaut's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on.
Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Cryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized.
Sean, favorite. Okay.
You are to head to Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesion. Come to assist with the Order's restoration.
I love the music.
The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once.
You feeling a little nervous there, boyo? It's okay. You're adopted by us.
Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey.
Aw, Tataru, I don't want to see you cry, though. Aw.
We got this, Alfie. We got this.
Yay! Back to gentle quest accepted noises.
Looking at you, Shadowrunners, you harsh... harsh child.
Safe journeys, and please, do be careful.
Thank you.
Should I be in these robes? Do I need a glam change? I don't want to put too much effort into it. But maybe an outfit I already have made? What?
I don't have a good outfit for this.
I'm kind of thinking this one. I think I usually use this one on range DPS, though. I use this one for all of Heaven's Word, and I think Shadowbringers, so I don't want to use it anymore. Ah well, the robes it is. Off we go! So excited to do this. Whew. It may be my second time through it, but god, am I gonna catch stuff I missed before. And I'm so excited for it. Actually it's faster just to teleport to the Arcanist Guild. I could pit stop for an outfit change, but I don't want to.
I don't wanna.
I can change outfits next time. It is kind of bothering me, though. Like, for Astro, it's like, yeah, I look good. You know, I'll do this part as Astro. I can go back to Scholar afterwards. Teehee.
Sea travels can be tedious, but I don't mind it. 'Tis a rare experience for most Ishgardians.
Fair.
I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away.
Oh, you poor boy. Ah, okay. Boys first, boys first.
Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was in Charlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaits us beyond Indigo Deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue.
Oh, right.
Right. Eyes glaze over. Okay.
Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privilege of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival.
What a grim reason. What a grim reason to bring you to Charlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Ah, close. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Charlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Looks at the twins. And Uri. And Raha. Okay.
Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, Mamaziko. And the one from, the Ninja Quest line.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
What's the Mamaziko? I just call him Mobo anyway. Okay.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
True. Oh, let me turn up the game a little bit more again. Okay.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
True.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Isn't it, though?
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Well, no.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Oh, I don't have to go as deep as first. Okay, cool. Cool.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Aww.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Wrecked.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Just call him Stinny like I do.
Are you alright, Tatara?
Aww.
You seem positively distraught.
She's gonna miss us.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Aww.
It's just... We're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
True.
And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Aww. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Or no sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. Nah, I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Or else. You have no idea how hard I'll fight.
I'll hold you to that.
Good, do it. I will fight anyone I need to bring them home.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Ah, Hori, Boulder, and Coltonet.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
Coltonet. Got it. French.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Fair. Thank you.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Aww.
We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Good.
We're set to sail. All aboard for Charlian.
Here we go.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Yay, she's smiling again.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Of course. Please don't cry, Totaro. I swear to God. Please don't. Don't make me cry.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Yay, happy.
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Thank you, Emmy. Very cool.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Whoop.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Ooh, answer surprise.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
I want to ruffle the twins, like their hair. I want to ruffle their hair. They look so cute. I also don't want to wake them though. It's you.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Emotions. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I can trust your words no longer? No. But why now, Heidelin? Why now? I love this song.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
Yeah, fair.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Feelings, emotions. Ah.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
I hope so. Thank you for talking to me, Heidelin. I'm taking emotional damage, but I'm not going to talk about it until the end of Endwalker. It'll make sense by then. Hi, Spirit. Good morning. We just started Endwalker. This is the first quest.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
The sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
I love this place so much.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Aww.
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Hehe.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Oh. Oh. Fancy effect there.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
Hi, Emmett.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The Northern Empty, Old Charlayan. Or Old Charlian.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Yeah. Fair thought.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
True.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Phew.
May.
Uh-oh.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
Okay.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Uh-huh.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Smart.
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Yay.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service.
He's so cute.
I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
She's
Very
frowning.
good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
She seems very strict. Like, you do not want to fuck with her. You're not supposed to be here. Get out.
Ishtala rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Oh.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
Yay.
Now, who do we have here?
Ooh, please go well. Please go well.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
I wonder why they didn't have Thancred and Urianger say their full names. Oh well.
Your applications have also been approved.
Very
Having
good.
said that,
Uh-oh.
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Okay, why do you gotta bring this up right away, huh? Nice earring.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Oh, she's kind of cool still. Very good.
We shall keep that in mind.
Aww.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Oh god, she looked me up and down.
Name and occupation?
Warrior of Light. Is that my occupation? Or just adventurer? Adventurer by trade. Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
Phew. It was either adventurer by trade, artisan, or champion of Eorzea, and I don't think champion of Eorzea was gonna fly here. Ooh, okay. Phew. It's only a little nerve-wracking, I swear.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Varlanu. You don't usually hear his last name, actually. When is the last time we heard his last name? Have we ever heard his last name? I don't know that we have, actually. Huh. Valeno.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh no. He's thinking about it. He's like, Cryo!
If you'll allow me.
Oh, thank God. Cryo to the rescue.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Oh, thank God. Cryo for the win. She looks like she sprinted here, though. Good gods.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
We love you too, Cryo. I feel like that's a typical Cryo.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Yeah.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Yes.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Aww.
Thank you, Kyle.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Oh.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Phew. Okay, I'll switch to Scholar for the XP and stuff. Voices! I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand.
Why should it matter how I earn my living?
Fair enough.
Here we are at last. The great city of Charlian. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we really should let Kryl have her say first. We can continue this conversation at another time.
Aw, but I wanna know.
You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry. The city is not like to vanish before we find our discussion. Before we finish our discussion. Okay, you're right. I'm vibrating. I can see the crystal up there, the crystal over here, and it's... Zoom! I want to zoom! Okay. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. I'm fine. Honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry after all. Fair. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. That is very fair. Hi, Kryl. Let's do this. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back.
Whee! She didn't say I couldn't. I can at least get this one. Okay, I'm behaving. I'm back. Vibrates. I'll get him in a minute. Old Charlene, new to you. Kryl sweeps the scions with a speculative look. There we go. Blah, blah, blah.
I love this place. It's so good. It's wonderful here. It's just...
I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is their first time here in Charlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue.
I have a song.
You recognize it from footballs. It's one part of the song in particular, really. It's like the beginning part, but made in such a pretty way in comparison. The other way's cool, this one's pretty, you know? Still. Okay, I'm paying attention.
You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose you postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levior estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. True. The annex was west of the Etherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon.
Okay.
Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. The quick switches between voices are killing me slowly. Ah. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Fair, very fair. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Aww. Come, Charlene awaits.
Yes, it does, and I'm looking forward to it. Oh my god. Gimme.
I want to have all the crystals and wander around and... Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? It is, it really is. After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. This is when the thing was first introduced. You've seen this in some of the, like, seasonal quests that Red and I have done, but this is where it originated. Oh, sorry, stretching. Okay. But yes, here we go. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. In the event that you use the Ethernet, Grahatia will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Grahatia behind, however, by entering a different area. You may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location, so we'd have to come back here. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Cryle. And you can talk to him. Do not forget Mistress... I can do this. Slow down. Just a little bit. Do not forget Mistress Cryle, our worthy guide. Nope, that sounded a little too much like Alfie. Okay. All set. Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Cryle is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Cryle at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city.
So many voices.
And you can see them running behind you. Alternatively, if you walk, they will stop running and walk with you. So we can literally walk through the city together.
It's very cute and I like it.
Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliac Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. Get that wrong. As you know, the Charlayan people prize the I can talk. As you know, the Charlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliac was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief. An alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes. But our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing.
Now that is a sight... Nope. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Valdesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val. But I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city.
Still sounds a little too much like, Alfie. I do use similar voices for them, but... One's like higher, one's lower. But there's a certain way I change it too.
Ah, the last stand. Now that is an inviting aroma.
Arr. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. And as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare.
I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself.
Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when the time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. On to the Aetheryte Plaza we go. We just need to head up the stairs to the next to the last stand. Oh my god. I'm having issues today.
The students of Valdesian would send us to investigate phenomena in locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin, and any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Food was the least of my concerns, though now, having lived through some rather harrowing times, I've learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill.
Oh. Right, we go this way. I love the patterns. Okay, anyway. Oh, they showed what this will look like with the graphics change, and it got so much prettier. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Let me attune.
I love this song. It's so good.
Okay.
The Aetheryte looks different from how I remember it.
Oh? An unusual shape, isn't it? Keep doing that. I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on.
Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Etherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlayan's largest marketplace.
I am attuned, but I forgot to do a thing. Make home point. Very good. I will also show you teleport costs. So if I were to go to Thanasia, you know, Limsa's regions, if this weren't a home point, it'd be pretty much 1,000 like the rest. To Gridania, ouch. Again, ouch for Ul'dah. Now, it used to be that teleport fees capped at, what was it, 999 or something like that? Now they can go over. They changed that with Endwalker. Ishgard. Some areas are a little closer, so they're okay. Garabanya. The Far East. And, of course, to Norvrun. Back in the first. As you can see, prices pricey. Yeah. But it's okay. We got this. Oh, and as for Charlians, it's over here, in the others category. Okay, I've set it up as my home point, correct? Yes, so I can teleport here via return. Very good. Let us continue then. The markets! Wait, is there... Oh, there's another one over here. I'm glad I opened my map. Speaking of Etherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties. But I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. Fair. Discuss the Confluence. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I've no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. What, here? Oh, here. Oh, I'll be back here for sure, probably. Squints. Oh, the markets! I always did look forward to seeing what new wares they had on offer. You've attuned yourself to Aetherite? Then let's continue on to the Agora. Very well. It's both kind of weird that it's fairly empty here, and also kind of nice. It's quiet. I like quiet. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. Aw, poor Raha. These little open-air bookstores are so uniquely Charlayan. I'd always thought them
I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Very fair. Very fair. Wait, where's my... Oh, there it is. Why isn't that marked on the map? Why is it that the extra stuff is marked on the map? Oh wait, here it is. Okay, that's why. Zooming in, that's the problem. I gotta zoom in. Very good. But this one's like super obvious, and that one's like, oh, by the way, if I'm under stuff, you're screwed. Guys, that's fine. Okay, good enough. Anything worth cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder? The back and forth's killing me. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? Ahem. On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Okay. Oh, right. I was just gonna jump off the cliff, but that might be a little hard for them, so I'm not gonna glitch them. Okay, so I'm gonna try to avoid glitching them, you know? I mean, they made it harder to glitch them, but that's not the point. Ignore that. I like trying to mumble it, but it's really high pitches, so it's just coming out squeaky for you guys, probably. Oh. This is the Nymphaeum. I can talk. An area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood. Oh my god, my voice. Let me drink water. For Charlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. I'm okay. These little decorative features are typical of Charlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. There's a crystal right over there, so I'm gonna mosey on that way for a minute. Ah, what an invigorating breeze. A touch biting, perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. The district of Journey's End occupies the eastern block of the city, so all we need to do is take the stairs down from the rostra, and keep heading east, of course. Do you not feel the cold? Granted, it's not terribly chilly for these northern climes, but compared to the temperate weather of Limsa Lominsa. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, look at this view, guys. Look at the view. It's not very smooth, sorry. God, it's so nice here. I love it. Alright. Must go east. There are no extra points this time, so I need only go here. Hold on, there's a neat... Well, I'll wait for it. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelons of Sharlayan society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. Fair. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nunkremph built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Clear. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? Oh my god, I can talk. You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Oof. Correct. After you. Have I tired you out with all this walking? Not to worry. I had rooms prepared for you in the... Okay. Words are hard. Let it words are hard and free. Okay. It's also partially the voices. Going back and forth between them when they're very different is wild for the vocal cords.
I should probably...
Have I tired you out with all this walking? Not to worry, I had rooms prepared for you at the annex. Just follow this, no. Just follow the path to the west side of the Aetheryte. We'll be there in no time. Ah, the good old annex. I used to bunk there whenever I had business in the city proper. Like the time I came to submit my, like the time I came to submit the thesis for my Archon qualification. Ah, I can talk. Okay, we're gonna go this way.
Partially because it encouraged us to, even though we could have gone back the other way.
I need my crystals, so, you know. Okay, access to the...
I want to go in there. I'm gonna go in there.
They said we should keep our distance, but it's fine. It's fine. Knock, knock.
Aw. I love this place.
You can get that as a ceiling lamp. You can also get these walls. Ah, I love this place. Oops. God, it doesn't open in the middle.
There we are, another wonderful view. With the sunset, that's so perfect. Oh, the music shift. Very good.
I love this song too.
Can we just jump down? Ow. We can. Okay, cool. And this is the one that I mentioned would... Well, I mean, both of them would, but this one especially was so relaxing to me when I'd be running this in, like, the dead of the night, dead exhausted, that I'd just be, like, curls up in chair. Takes a nap. Oops. Hi, Potion! How'd you do? I know, right? Ah, I love this game. Alright, it's given me most of the Aetherites. There's what, 2 more? 2 more crystals, I mean? Yeah, 2 more crystals, okay. The song that this one's based off of.
Scree.
Anyway. Nope, I'm distracted. Okay.
Charlene is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Oh. Right, we cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Okay.
Although, honestly, you could just go that way. It's fine. You don't have to go around it. There's another path that way, too. We are sticking to the marbled steps, though. See, the way for the Aetheryte Plaza is literally just... We would have gone up here and then come here. Easy peasy. Aetheryte crystal first. Whee.
This is it. The Baldesian Annex.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I'm vibrating with excitement and messing things up from it. Teehee.
As a joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. Lower. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then?
Oh, it did the thing. Okay, I was gonna run over and get the crystal. The other one. It's fine. Now, if you've completed Eden, this part's different. Just a little bit. Some of the word. I think it's this part. Talking to that guy. Part of our talks with that guy change if we've completed Eureka. We have not on this character, so we will not see it. I mean, he does mention it, but you can. That's why you know it changes because of that. Oh god, hold on. And adjust my seat a little. Partially, but not limited to, my awful sitting position. Let me do a stretch. Oh. Ooh. Okay.
I'm back, and I've brought him and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika. Sunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administrator Officer for the students of Baldesian.
Oh, yeah, this is the part. Okay, very good.
He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ejika. Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlene. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we see the students rise again. Nope. I feel like I'm trying to do multiple voices there. Anyway. They will come when we shall see the students rise again. Very good. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. True. True. Through that door on the left there's the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Such a cat. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research, or exhausted from journeys abroad, that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Okay. I hope we bring up the fact that Heidelin talked to us personally again.
Es muy importante.
Welcome back. Ready for a nap? You know what? Yeah, I'll show you guys the nap. Clean sheets and warm blankets await. Rest as long as you like. It's very well fitted. I wonder if they'll make it so we can use this bell. This bell never changes. This is for the esthetician. The hairdresser. I don't know what I just clicked on. There. Alright. We have our armoire and our glamour dresser as per usual. And of course, a bed. God, I love the bed. Please bring is an item we can use. The Charlene chairs, however, you can put into your home. And you can also put this carpet into your home. Yes. Nice little gathering point if you're researching with others. This is the new Orchestron. This is the most compact version of the Orchestron. There's also a phonograph, which I believe came out after that one, to be fair. Well, for putting into your own home, anyway. You can see all sorts of research things just lining this place. It's so good. And this is a sink and stuff for you to use. Yes. Okay, yeah. That's Ifrit. And that's the behemoth. Hehehe. Such a pretty picture. You'll find concept arts like these in this building. Oh, of course, the unending journey. We can watch cutscenes and stuff. Alright. Oh, wait, I guess I do have sort of a need for this room. Please hold. Okay. Some sounds never change.
I have to adjust prices. Stinky. Jesus. That price drop from when I put it up. $5.9, okay. Was it? Yes. Hmm. Scree, I hate adjusting prices. Unintentionally competing with myself. Oops. Nope. That's okay, they're only off by a single deal. There we go. Ah, very good. Oh, it's been 2 hours. Damn. I mean, it was a really long cutscene to start this area, but still. Sheesh. No. I'll just keep going. Okay. After this quest, though, I'll likely get some food and more tea.
You have papers posted on the walls of your room. It was not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to all the members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Baldesion and so many others, we must look to the days ahead.
Hey, reflection to the past is good too. Wait, can I not sell that? No, sad. Alright. I don't want to pick up the other crystal, but we'll go near it, so. At some point. Oh. Show off some more of the concept art here. Good King Mug, good King Mug. Eeyores, yeah. Again, oh wait, no, this is a different side. This is just Mordona in general, I think. Similar to the Behemoth concept art, not quite. Allegan Tech. Very Dalamud theme for this one. You got the meteor in the background. That might be what they were thinking about making the Crystal Tower originally look like or something. Because it does have that kind of vibe, doesn't it? Oh. I'm not sure what this cube is, but it's very cool looking, not gonna lie. This is pretty. I think that's... Oh, I think that's, no, that is. St. Coinox Find. By Revenant Stoll or Rambroses. This feels like Oz's Law. It is Oz's Law. Oh. Crystal Tower shenanigans for sure. A poison. Oh. That's gorgeous. Looks like Limsa a little. But prettier. Ah, map of Eorzea. Not Eorzea, sorry. A map of Hydaelyn as we know it. Here's Garlemald. What Eorzea ended up being. Oh wait, no, this is what Eorzea ended up being, sorry. And this is the Far East, yeah. Sorry. I can totally read. I believe this is Kugane. And this is Razatan. So if this is how this looks, then that means this one was a concept art for the Far East. And this is a Eorzea. Oh, you know what? I could have just... Oh wait, it doesn't say it there. Never mind, it doesn't say Eorzean. Or not the Eorzean letters. It does have Eorzean letters over here, though. You can see the grand companies in the corner that include Ishgard. Sea of Clouds. More than like. Some of these islands... No, because these islands look a little different, so I'm wondering what this is. Oh, those... I am not going to say anything about this one. Yep, I didn't... Okay. No, they showed a map of Torar in the fan fest. It's like a big island, like a really big island with two halves. So I'm not sure. Maybe this was an idea for the Sea of Clouds, but then they didn't go with it. Kind of vibe. Hi, Sierra. How are you? What do you mean? Look. What do you mean? Spawn boss level 7,000. Good luck and leaves. Sheesh. Can we get this flowers? Oh, okay. And these two? Stop. Brain. I'm so mad about that one. Anyway. You know, you know. If you know, you know. Okay. Feeling refreshed and alert. Our colleagues should be wandering in soon. So I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Okay. Okay, Kyle. I love this song.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
No, forgive me. I'm kidding.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
To defeat the hunt. Sorry.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
Oh?
The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Thank you, Potion. Thank you. Investigation.
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
Oh. Hello? Click? There we go.
bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Which we've kind of met in the Astro questline as well, where they were hunting us down because we were sharing Charlene's secrets.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Hell yeah.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Which seems really weird.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Yeah, the whole world potentially just, you know, dying does seem kind of important.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
So it does.
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts.
They're talking about alchemy, basically.
'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Yo, that's me!
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
True.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Here we go again.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Very good.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Excellent.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
Very good.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Very good.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
Very good.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Okay. It has been 2 hours, so hold on. First, I'm gonna turn. I'm gonna close the.
It's too warm. I'm dying.
Sticky Finger, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you today? You caught me right as I was about to take a break. Gonna do a heckin' stretch. Oof. Ooh, grab some more tea. I'm low on water bottles, so I'll grab some more of those while I'm up as well. What else am I gonna do? Tea, food, water. Yes. Yes, and stretching. Stretching is important. Es muy importante. It's very important. Yes, yes. CC. Alright. Well, this is your guys' time. I'm gonna run a long ad because I can, actually. That was a good idea yesterday, too. Can I run a longer ad than that, out of curiosity? No? Okay, well, I tried. Okay, well, alright. Yes. Please, you guys as well. Be sure to hydrate, eat, stretch, take vitamins and medicine, get some sleep if you need to. I'll not be offended if you go and take care of yourselves. Again, IRL always comes first. I will see you guys soon, and then we are going to go with them first. We are going to talk to all the NPCs in the room, but I'm going to go and stay local to start. Yes. Alright. Yes, be happy. Okay, where's the... I thought of something that I can do, but I can't set it up right now. I mean, I could, but you can wait. Oh, hi, Nostril. Let's do the gremlin noises real quick. Hold on, I got water. There you go. Thank you for the redeem. This is Endwalker. It's more voice, so you don't have to voice act so much for us. I mean, I do like voice acting, but damn, there's a lot of voices sometimes. So it's nice to have the breaks too. Alright, be right back. Whoop.
Boo.
There's something I want to do with that. It's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. I'm gonna fix it right now. Oh wait, never mind. I'm not gonna fix it right now. I'm gonna plot that idea later. Damn. I must build upon the idea, you see. I realize this. But anyway, I am back. Hello. I have pasta. And tea. And water. I remembered everything. I'm ready for part 2. Electric Boogaloo. Come on. 14 and yes. Let me look up the list real quick. Okay. I was checking when we get the first dungeon. It's where I thought it was. Very good. Ah! Well, let me grab one of those water bottles. That one was empty, pretty much. Alright, I'm here. Alright. Hello, Alize. Ouch. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little. I suspect we need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. Thank you. Happy to be back. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Lamau. Of course she would. Our tour of the city... Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Very good. And you boys? Though I have read much on the subject of Razatan, this shall be my first visit. It will be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as our magical and technological disciplines are. Stanny? So it's back to Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Oh? Nice. So this way takes us for Thavnair bound. Okay. And this way takes us hitting the books. We're staying local. Let's do that first. Cryo's intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling... Tuning. Okay. An unsettling change has overcome Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Very good. Sorry, I'm making sure to eat. Nom 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 nom. Were they comment about me choosing the other side first? No. Okay. I was just curious. We're moving and grooving. God, I love this place. The studio. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in North Charlene. Very good. So, hello! How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. It is good to see you, Sil. How are you doing today? Let me get you a shout out if I can remember how to use my own thing. I can. I'm just taking a sec. It's fine. Everything's fine. There we go. Wahaha. Very good. Raid because my raid message won't load again. Oof. Hate when that happens. Yeah, welcome in. Oh, you were playing some Genshin today. You were farming? Hell yeah. How is it going for you? Suffering? Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. That's about what I think of when I'm farming Genshin 2 on the rare times that I do. But hey, now you can take a break. Get something to eat and drink before you have to go do your things for the day. Hopefully spend a few minutes at least relaxing too. Whew. Genshin is gone for the day. It can't hurt you anymore. Buff cactuars aren't real. I'm fine, I swear. Finally got Tanari. But I wasn't at all prepared, so it's a lot of— oh, yeah? Yeah, that'll definitely do it. Tanari. He's a good one, though. Ah, hot. I took a big bite of my food, and it was just a little hotter than I anticipated. I'm okay. I'm okay. I wasn't burn worthy, just, you know. Fair enough, fair enough. That's actually smart to do, though. Oh, for those coming in, my name is Honolulu. You can call me Hana, Huna, or Lulu. All of them work. I'm a vampire VTuber who does a ton of voice acting, you know? So that's kind of my shtick. I play a lot of video games. I play a lot of FF14, on top of other things, of course, and I voice act in pretty much all of them, yeah. But I thought getting him would be impossible because I only ever got Diluc and Chichi. No, that's fair. That's very, very fair.
Arigato, Boshin.
Yeah, some of those pools in Genshin are killer, to say the least. Like, the one that's always around, whenever I happen to roll that one, I just get weapons over and over and over again. I kind of look at it like, I hate you too. I really do. As for my game today, I am playing FF14. I'm playing the most recent expansion. So if you need to run away from spoilers, have at it. I just started. I'm in the first zone. You haven't seen much. You haven't heard much. Oh no, music and trees. Whatever will we do? Not even that's a spoiler for some people. But yeah, if you need to run away, I will not feel bad. Be it for avoiding spoilers or taking care of yourselves. Have at ye. Other than that, though, we will be continuing my journey through the main story. And I will be doing a lot of voice acting in between cutscenes. Yep, yep. Yes. What kind of team do you play as, So? In Genshin? Okay. Not a bad way to do it. Use as you need it or feel kind of vibe. It's always a good one. I personally always have Venti in my team. I love his ult. I love the character. He's great. Right now I have Nouveau. Very fair. My main DPS is Sean Lane, Toma, and Sino. Okay. Very good, strong choices. My current lineup has been... Oh shit. What are the names? Zhao? And... I use Barbara for healing, but I really want to get away from her. I have the ninja girl unlocked. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I have the ninja girl unlocked. I just haven't set her up. And, Yanfei? The fire girl from, Actually, that doesn't specify. There's at least 3 fire girls from Leeway. The lawyer one. No, not that ninja girl. I mean, I have her too. I meant the lightning one. I forgot there were 2 ninjas. No, the other ninja. The one from the gang. Oh my god, let me just look up characters. Is it Cookie? Her name's not ringing a bell off the top of my head. Yeah. Oh, I probably call her Shinobu. That's probably why I'm confused by Cookie. But yeah, Cookie, yeah. and yeah, I meant Yanfei, yeah. For some reason I was not confident in her name. Yeah, you guys get it. You have Yoimiya, Bennett, Raiden, and Chev. Oh, okay. So fire and lightning, yeah? I believe Chev. Let me look. Chev was lightning too, right? Wait, no. What is Chev? Wait, what is Chev? Huh? No, that's not what I will fight you. Oh, she's fire. Oh, still fire and lightning. I didn't expect her to be fire. You know, I dig it though. I like that for her. Very cool. I like your guys' teams. Thank you for sharing it with me. Let me put my phone up. Okay. Very good. Alright, we will go ahead and run some more story. But yes, thank you again, Sel, for the raid.
It's always a pleasure to see you.
Right, hello, Cryo! If you needed to run away, I hope you did. Squints. Right. Speaking of voice acting, it begins. Let me drink my water. No, you so. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In case you In any case, you now stand before the doors of the Numenon, Charlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gooba Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. I grabbed the crystal, right? Yes, okay. Any citizen of Charlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. I can't believe we didn't bring up that we met Heidelin on the boat. Kind of felt important. Also, about those extends down things that she mentioned, yeah, the library kind of keeps going. Kind of like the Cabinet of Curiosity, except bigger still. Right. Brightly colored book. The Story of Charlayan. Excellent. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nuncramph.
His name's hard to say.
Nuncramph was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. Hi, Alcor. Howdy do? It's time to see you get nose deep in books. Yep. Not me staring at my book in real life. Oh, I got to a really good spot, but then I was like, I gotta sleep. So I went to bed. Now I'm being tormented by the memories of where I left off. After stream, I'll read. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nuncramp's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nuncramph wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Albalathia's spine, where it still rests to this day. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nuncramph gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlayan we live in to this day. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlayans. 5 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Oh, I hope you got a good nap, Alcor.
Yeah, you didn't miss much.
The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Charlayan motherland in greater detail. But it was interesting, so I enjoyed it anyway. Ooh. The voice for Growing City. No, I haven't met her yet. Oh, wait, no. Yes, I have met her. Yes, you did miss that. Yes. I thought you meant the other mom. It's confusing because one's an actual mom and the other one is... mom. The other one's just mom. In the years which followed the founding of Charlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided... I forgot to run an ad when I got up, didn't I? Damn it, I knew I forgot something. Anyway. Sorry. Okay. In the years which followed the founding of Charlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. Okay. An introduction to the heavens. Oh, okay. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologies of Alec who came up closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Alamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Aw, it's okay, Syl. Good luck with work. I hope it treats you well today. Good luck. Not so low, Syl. Also, I've become obsessed with a certain arc clone with colorful miscreants. Me too, Alcor, me too. If I wasn't streaming, I'd be playing that. Which I will be playing it on stream tomorrow. Shake, eye shake emoji. I love it, it's so much fun to be honest. Oh yeah, Power World's so good. Let's see. Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the Forum or mention the history of Charlayan. I refuse. Anyway. What? Nothing. Well-worn manual. Forever 20 summers. What does it mean? My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I, too, once engaged in such foolish practices. But one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Oh no. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. Nope, wrong subject. Next. I love their bridges here. Oops, all magic. Library is closing. Turns off the path. It's such a lovely, detailed thing.
I love it. I love it.
Do I have... Oh, this is the last book available to me. Okay. Too fair, potion. Too fair. The faded title on the spine reads Stewards of Wisdom. Read the book? Yeah. No, I will not imagine falling down there because that would be a nightmare and a half. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Arcan Numcrumph, founder of Charlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon the foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin. And the more the wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Charlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to Rendezvous Point and await your companions. Very good.
So many pretty designs. I love it here.
Okay. Oh, it just shifted to nighttime, so the other song was about to start. I was like, oh, not me dropping things. I'm fine. Sorry, were you waiting long? That is not the voice I use for her. Ah! I can't find hers today. I wanted to... I'm okay, I swear. Squeaky chair, stop it. Okay. I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryles should be along shortly. No, that wasn't right. It's getting too much to Kryles' voice. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks
mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if there are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them.
It would have been nice. No.
It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea.
Closer?
Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. Nope. Keep rushing up.
I love the twins in Graha. They are my favorites.
And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away.
This is music.
In the southern reaches of Isobard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship, brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused.
Hehe.
Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule?
I love this song too. It's too good. Stop it. It's distracting. How can you be so wonderful?
Okay. For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces. But Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis,
which we have seen come up a little bit here and there.
When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family. The nobles of House Darnus.
Nail Van Darnus.
Sound familiar?
House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alleg. As the last child born with the Allegan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and students of Baldesian, who had me registered as a Charlayan citizen. I never even considered... Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken aback... Nope, I can read. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among the Charlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon.
I am struggling to hell today. There are so many voices, and I'm going back and forth so much that I'm just like, whoa. It's okay. I'm fine. I am fine.
'Tis exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud.
I also haven't had to voice the main characters in a while, so not consistently anyway. Aw, thank you. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom, of course. Oh no. No, Hiccup, go away. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. More company should be arriving any moment now. Ugh, I can't quite get her voice, though. Hers is always hard for me to get, though. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. What else do I know of Corvus? Ah, precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Gala first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets, flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Oh, you know, I've probably lost my sprout. Now that I'm an Endwalker. It's fine. We've returned with our selections. No, that's Graha's voice. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Cryle already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? Huh? Ah, I knew it. Ah, well, that's fine. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Omrat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Leave it to me. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete stabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether, or the worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. No, complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived into the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of your knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ystrola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. I concur. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alpha, no, you can answer this one. No. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes. The Amphorites spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness.
Thank you.
But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it sounded all across the star, not even Omerat was spared. So, the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which made mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take?
They summoned Zodiac, they summoned Hydaelyn. They knocked Dalamud from the sky! Okay, no, Dalamud was 6 years ago. At this point. 6 or 7... No, 6 years ago. From this point. Roughly. Almost 7, I think. So that's not it. They summoned Hydaelyn. Wrong! They summoned Zodiac.
Power of creation. Orchestration. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render onto Zodiac. A trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal.
Yeah.
Or might have, had Vanar and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn.
Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Tlothroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with the towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the form, shall we?
We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers.
There we go. I forgot how long this part is. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading.
Many Forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope anyway.
Okay, it's the same.
I have confirmed it. Now we do this again. Round 3. I got you and I are both like, yeah, more of the voices, more of the cutscenes are voiced. Immediately starts going into a series of cutscenes that aren't voiced. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. Right? If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garan oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Goober Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject.
Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. True. It does hinder us, though. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh right, probably have to help her read, huh? Oh wait, no, they use... Never mind. Right, we use ether in our ink in this world. Duh. You labor for what feels like an age as you stroll as research assistant. One second thought. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. That's so fair though, Allie. Sitting in the same spot for hours can be a pain on the back and stuff. Your efforts to gain Grahatia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Senpai won't notice me, guys. What the fuck? I found naught of interest so far. I think Ishtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned?
Yes.
Oh no, I will probably be okie dokie. I've got cough drops next to me to help. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. Sorry, my water went down wrong a little. I'm good. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the First Humble Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. A seat at the last stand. Alize appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Oh, I thought we were getting tea. Fine, I'll drink coffee. It should be this way. Yeah, let's go across. I thought so. Yeah, coffee. 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 Cafe. Now I'm just thinking of espresso con pan now. Why? It's a very FF thing to think about. Blue quest. Eyes. I believe this is for hunts. The hunt for specimens, yeah. The diminutive gleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. Do my eyes deceive me, or...
Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ooh, I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of the guild ship hunts, yes? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray, speak with Northoda at the Peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. I like how they assume I know where that is. But since he walked this way, I'm going to assume it's this way. I mean, it's also on my map. Glowing really big and green, but you know. Entertaining nonetheless. Hi, I'm Northoda. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? No, it is I, the one that ye sought. By the scholar, you're him? I was half convinced I'd set the others on an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Cleaners Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the striking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, and so you may find it somewhat eccentric. But it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's start you off with some junior marks so that you can get your feet wet. Okay. Oh boy. Guild ship hunts now accessible. No, she didn't call me stupid. It was more of you're not used to this stuff, so let's start you on easy stuff so you don't get got. You're now permitted to take bills for junior marks from guild ship hunt boards in Old Charlene and Razatan. Defeat the monsters described in the bills. You will be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. I'm good. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak with either Lakshai here in Old Charlene, or with Wilmetta in Razatan. New quests of associate marks will become available from Northoda in Old Charlene upon reaching level 83. Very good. Okay, except we're not even going to look at them. We don't need to know what those mobs are yet. Not yet. Idle. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlene that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Yes. Alize is now accompanying you. Keep her out of your side in order to proceed with objective. Blah, 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 blah. That always stays the same. Anyway. Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak with us. Let's ask around. Okay. What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi.
These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Oh, wait, you're that House Levior girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are, giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from someone so enlightened. Come. She's not wrong. Did I not make myself clear? Away with you and let me dine in peace. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray, excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. Oh my goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levior. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Folchenault that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Damn. I do not wish to give offense, but your companion is a well-known figure in the city, and you never know who might be watching. Yeah, that's fair. Prize.
Come on!
Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Deacon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studio. Self-centered to a fault. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Is everything alright at home? No. It's complicated. And I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levior. No matter how discreet Master Folchenault may have been, news of your family's doing never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Deacon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find. Information on this apocalypse. Yes. Whatever we can. Whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answer you're looking for. Oh, I forgot to do this earlier. I've been forgetting to do... Oh, that's not what it is. I've been forgetting to do that command of late. Damn it. I've missed it on a few streams already. I think that needs to go up by, like, 6. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think?
Leave it to me. That's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see Makote Gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. I do need to BRB for a quick sec here. I'm so sorry. But I will be back shortly. Yes, yes. I'm just gonna put the tea time screen up. Make it easy for myself. Alright, sorry, be right back. Whoop! Ah, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Alright. Does he say anything other than the orders? No. Okay. Allie! Thank you.
I think you'll be better off if I stay here out of sight. Find out what you can, and there will be a hot cup of coffee waiting for you.
Struggling over here, man. The ones by the water ordered tea. Hello to you.
You work here, don't you? I'm still waiting on that charming little tea set.
Very good tea set.
Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you.
Tea.
The Tlafahu. I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the sixth astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. I always love to order this when I'm discussing arcane theory with my peers. It's my favorite treat.
I want some of it too. It looks yummy.
Can I get that, though? That looks like soup. Was that part of her set? Oh my god. Tea, soup, and sweets? I'm here for it. Let's do it. I find it interesting that they use them as trays, but they're like full-on cases. It does. I'm hungry. I'm hungry for it. The omelette. Oh wait, I forgot to talk to her before I placed it. Ah, finally! 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no more. Oh, let's dig in, no time to waste. There we go.
What? The Tlafaroy? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Lestan really does make the best omelets in the world. The fluffiest egg, the tartest sauce. Oh, I could eat it every day for a year. Gods, the anticipation. I've heard it melts in your mouth like the most succulent roast ever made.
Here you are. Urbane banter with a smile.
At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors, of a sort. Travel the world procuring things we haven't got here in Charlayan. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth.
Sorry.
So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Tlafaroy make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. I wanted to try this meal ever since I saw it served at another table. Ah, the aroma alone was worth every gill I scraped together.
That does sound kind of intense. Why are they acting like buzzing bees? think we got us a clue. We got a clue! We did it! Some such. Any troubles with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Oh my god. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the Gazettes are printing. Even Deacon had nothing to offer. And he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, the cup of coffee I promised.
Thank you.
But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Fair, though.
Just a wait.
I want to talk to Deacon. I hope you and Mistress Alize got what you needed. She must be fond of you, eh? I've never known her to bring anyone to the cafe before.
Aww, we're her first friend at the cafe.
See, guys, she does love us. Ah, yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Exactly, Potion.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
Fair, Alcor, fair.
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait.
A clue.
Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the forum.
Oh no.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the forum is planning.
True. Lamau potion? No, I wasn't voicing that part. I have trouble with her voice. Whee! A labyrinthine... Labyrinthos. Labyrinthine. Descent. There we go. Alice is excited to share your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Deacon will want his cups back. True. That's fair. Off she goes. I was hoping we could see her here, but we cannot, alas. Well, if it isn't our serving staff's honorary member, if you ever grow tired of the whole adventure thing, I'd be happy to offer you a job waiting tables. They can make that a mini game, Lamau. What? Am I going too far? No. No, I have to go up and then around. Okay. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tree? Did I miss the tea break? Where is Alice? I thought she was with you. My loyal assistant returns. There is a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you've found something, haven't you? Welcome back. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Sort of. More like filled it with thoughts. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Nope, that's the wrong... I always mess up Ali's voice.
I could probably listen to her for hours and still miss it up. I don't know why. Maybe she's just too close to my normal voice or something, but I can't figure it out. I'm trying to change it. And she's a little higher than my voice. It might just be a similar thing that's throwing me off or something. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, as you say. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. Oh, well, that's good at least. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion.
Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what they learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetuated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike this apocalyptic these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale.
I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And, if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Fine idea. What should we expect down there? Or anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. No, I like books. Okay. Fine idea. What should we expect down there? I'll be practical with my question. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise.
As for myself, there are few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place.
That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha.
Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is.
Nope, that was the wall.
Alphino. Alphino.
Yeah, that's kind of what her voice sounds like. But trying to just adjust into her voice throws me off every time. Are you gonna get distracted by all the books and try and read them all instead of putting them away? Just wondering. Oh, thank you.
Watch your step in Labyrinthos. It's rather more perilous than a simple storehouse. Although that would likely make the experience all the more attractive to an adventurer like you.
True. Fine.
Ready. Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close.
I let Allie say and try not to fall behind.
Off we go then.
Dang it, can't set her to follow. I'm just gonna walk too fast. Look at this shit.
It's pleasant here amongst the trees, but we really should move along now.
I'm too fast.
even have walk on. Oh. Now we run. Try to keep up.
Oh, we're running? Okay.
Debated. They're like, yeah, you're gonna walk this whole thing. Keep to the path, straight ahead. We cross this bridge.
Fair, potion. Fair.
Up here. Up here.
Scream.
The rostra. Not far now. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving.
No. No, I'm slipping into like the Charlotte voice. Damn it. Allie, please. I need to voice you properly. It's squeaky.
I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between.
Oh my god.
You didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra there, did you? I doubt the Forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. How did the Forum learn of the final days? And exactly how do they know? Oh, and exactly how much do they know? There we go. More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below.
Fair, potion. Fair.
Welcome to the heart.
I'm like mixing all my words together today.
Welcome to the Hall of the Artifice. Should you be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, the lift here will take you there.
Wow, someone's calling my phone. Their name's telemarketer. I wonder who they could be. Ignores phone. So I heard a weird noise. I was like, is that buzzing? Phone? Well, now I know my phone's for sure muted. Mama.
We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Yay, new zone unlock. Happy, happy, joy, joy.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Yeah, I love it too, Alcor. Just in general, his comments are very good.
Yay, good music came back. Yay, happy.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
Oh god.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Oh, fair enough. That's still terrifying that you guys have these abilities. And you're just like, yeah, normal.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Yes. They must be. They were in the same uniform.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Trial?
Did you call to me just now?
Heidelin, question marks?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. I still have not told them I saw Heidelin on the boat. Shake my head. And thus my eyes go wide, and I wish to just go ham and cover all the land. So hidden. First my quest, I can do this. I can pay attention. Did not get distracted by Aetherites.
Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask.
Drunkmonger and a mender. Allie! There you are.
Fascinating, but could we go back to what you were saying earlier?
Oh. Oh yeah, very pretty. Arville.
You are here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of mammoths running loose.
Exchange with Arville has taught you about exhausted gleaners.
Those little devils are as quick as seen and twice as hard to catch. I suppose I had better start searching.
How low? Do I have any damaged gear? Seems not very good.
Kyle!
But where's Stola? Let me think, let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snowballberry 1060. Or were they 1061? Ugh, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabanyan carrots? What then? Okay. Your exchange with Teve has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Huh? So 2023 was Lenosian topsoil? Then 2024 was from Thanalan? Or the Shroud? What, Teve? What? Wait, huh? Nande? Wait, what? Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I have not been down here in an age and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is naught obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Right, she hasn't seen it since she gone blind. Just readjust herself as it were. Those tubes look suspiciously like something else we've seen, but anyway. I've talked to the twins, I've talked to Stola, I need only talk to Crow. And then do the last objective of my quest. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort of... Oh, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Ystrella being blind is actually so good for storytelling and the way she sees using Aether. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've just said it takes up her life force. Although they don't acknowledge that too hard. Any luck? What tales do the Gleaners have to tell? Nope, that's like a mix between growls and Strolla's voices. Ugh. Alright, first we talk about taking stock. Notes concerning the massive inventory operation that is currently underway in Labyrinthos. Notes concerning the large quantities of cargo making its way in and out of Labyrinthos. And exhausted gleaners. Notes concerning exhausting work causing accidents, such as a gleamer inadvertently freeing a pack of mammoths. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, not mammoths. Marmots! Slight misread on my part. Whoop. So this grand operation began without warning. And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The form is definitely up to something. And they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Wait, no. I wanted to see if Stola or them changed what they say at all. Okay. It was the same. Glorified rat catcher. Kyle appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, I have an idea. I crouch so she can whisper in my ear. Didn't one of the gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were able to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards more friendly and enlightening conversation. Fair. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Great acid. Great acid. Terribly sorry to disturb you. I need to submit this report of mine, and quickly. It's a bit overdue. Could you remind me of the proximate date the guild ship was enlisted to help facilitate the most recent operation? Oh, sneaky Kryl. She's pretending to be a student. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance.
He's our firstborn boy of the expansion, not including me. Yay.
The name is Erenvild, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nangshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I have not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck.
Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Like Varshan? Does it? That's right, I'm gonna have to come up with accents for the... I just died inside a little. Oh my god. I'm gonna butcher that accent. Oh my god. Absolutely butcher it. No shot I don't. No shot. I'm gonna try, but I'm gonna butcher it. Ah, shit. I'm gonna butcher it. Oh, right, I can't fly. Duh, new zone. Ether currents. Where's my compass? I don't have a problem. Maybe. Oh. What? What do you mean? What happened?
That's right, walk away from me, buddy. No. I wouldn't do that. Probably. Okay, I'm behaving, I'm going back, I'm doing my quest. See? I'm fine. It's cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. It's fine. Bad troll. Good troll. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be on Sage. I'm switching. No, Scholar, not Sage. Or not. Please hold. Scholar! Okay. I'm good. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Dang it. Nom. Still slowly picking up my food a little bit here, a little bit there. Aha! Potion mountain. Campaign, but also a very good way to make players explore the map. True! Yeah. I love Ether Currents, not gonna lie. Although, yeah, it's the first time it's on the old system where it's 10. What? You wanna go? We can go. I'll fight you. Don't think I won't. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hi, Grizzled Mouse. Rat sack. A sturdy sack, supposedly large enough to hold one or more squirming marmots. Come here, little one. Get him. Or not. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before you once more disappearing into the trees. No! Oh, it was gonna put me up where the Ether current was anyway. Oops. Shut up. Don't say anything. Don't at me here, okay? It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's not a problem. Humph. Oh damn, it was gonna put me up, but okay. You know what? Shush. Humph. Humph. Hi, Silver. How are you today? Wait. It wasn't gonna send me over here? Where enemy? Oh no, it's over here. No, it was sending me up here. Okay. How are you today? Red? I think if I'm not mistaken, I went the other way. I went to the opposite quest line than you did, I think. If I remember correctly. Oh, is everything okay, Silver? Red, you went the Thav route, right? Oh, very good, very good. Hopefully that went well for him. Oh, that's wild. I don't think I've heard of any cases like that. That's... wow, okay. I can't even think of... how... wow, how? That's insane. I mean, I think I can figure out why a little bit. A tiny idea, an inkling. You went with Team Tall Boys? I went the other way. I went with the twins. So yeah, you went to Thav, I went to the other location. No spoilers for you. Get out. I appreciate you and stuff, but get out. Triggered his immune system to start attacking his nerve endings. I think vasculitis is what it's called. Okay. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. It does mess with the brain a little. I was wondering if it was a nerve thing. Well, hi again. Just wanted to say hi. Hope everything will be okay, bro. Going to Thav with the boys. Lamau. Thavner with the boys. Have fun lurking, Red. Damn. Yeah, I hope he gets better, though, Silver. Even if there's only, like, a point where he can get better, too, I hope he reaches that, you know what I mean? I know not all things are exactly curable, but... Hi, Unless I'm actually drinking my water right now. Get back. I was already doing the thing. Boom. But thank you for the redeem. How are you today? Wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. No! Okay, Endless Hydrate. He's getting better, slowly. It's been progress. So it started a year ago, so it's not new to us. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm glad he's making progress, though. It's always good to hear. Wow. Just grabbing another water. Alright. And get it. More prepared for its speed this time. You succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Good, really enjoying Pal World. Hey, I played that too. It's a good time, isn't it? Hope this game gets even better as it develops. I'm sure it will. Happy lurking, though. Pal World is a fun. Although, apparently, server corruption is a really common thing right now, so that's a yikes. I was on a server with a bunch of my friends, and our save got corrupted, so we had to restart. Endless? Oh my god, you just told me you don't read my schedule! Way to at yourself, kid! How about you go read my schedule? It's like it's down below or something. I'm gonna slap you. With the frying pan! Maybe you should play Power World sometime. I played it yesterday. I'm playing it tomorrow. You freaking nerd. Sheesh. I put that thing everywhere to be seen. No one looks. Humph. Nope, I'm pouting. Humph. Freaking don't read. Stupid heads. Punks. Oh, good lord. I see. Aw, thank you, Alcor. I'm glad somebody does. Should totally stream Power World one day. Oh my god. Okay, now you're just being a punk. Chic man. What? What the typo? Nice job. Enjoying it though? Yeah. Yeah. Power World do be a fun. Right. Hello, Anvil. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here you are, sir. Squirming rat sack. The sack holds the plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Lamau in this. Ah, there's the odd mammoth out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. We've enabled imprisonment of animals. No! Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed.
They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. Oh my god, I fucking can't right now. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? What will you do with the mermaids now? What will you do with them now? That's for the Forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Oh my god. There you are! There you go. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? Hmm? Hell yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm a zombie and I just found a huge dragon egg for the first time, so excited to hatch it and see what we get. Hell yeah, good luck! I'm glad you two are enjoying.
I hope the kidlings are also being good beans. You're having good times.
Yeah. Who are you folk anyway? I'm Kryl, the students of Baldesian. These others are my associates. There we go. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? True. Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capturing, enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. You gave us plenty. You just don't know it. Smile. Did you learn anything from your new friend there? Or from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far.
Yeah.
We also discovered, when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to work some 4 days after the Telophroi made their chilling declaration. Jesus, that was recent then. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophroi declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. Oh my gosh. Okay. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryo! child, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. Uh-huh. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeum. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for.
Ominous. Ominous.
Okay. We zoom! But we don't fly. We no can fly. Flight has been stolen from us again. We must regain it. Oh, but I had auto run on. I looked down while I was saying that. I was like, pout. Once more, flight is too far away. Discovered a new location. If I go up here, I'll discover another new location, won't I? Okay, the top portion. Or maybe it's connected to... I think it's connected to this waterway. Let me go down into it. Ah, 'twas indeed. Okay. Now back around. Lamau! Hi, Potion! Tell us, tea or coffee? This is a very important question. Is there much purpose to the fishing class? I mean, there are some recipes that use fish. Mostly it's just a way to relax, I'd say. I mean, there are big fish achievements for catching, like, legendary fish and stuff, but, those are really hard to do. Or at least they can be, for a lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
This is one of my favorite songs.
Okay. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. I'm beginning to suspect that it's Hideaway. She's got the echo too, after all. Might be...
Mama, Hideaway.
Okay, anyway. This is the foremost material archive in Charlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Mainly cooking, also doing ocean fishing for a rare mount. Oh, that's true. Yeah. There's many amounts you can get from ocean fishing. And from fishing in general. I fished up a blue chocobo once. The castaway chocobo.
He wears a little inner tube. He's very cute.
Aw, Silver. I understand, though. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid so that the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Nope. But fine, whatever. I'm just gonna stick with it. Behold the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Charlane's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of materials data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlane's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Oh god, I made horrible progress today. To be fair, there were really long cutscenes, which I forgot about. Sweet. Then you would get a lot of enjoyment from chasing achievements level 14. There are a lot of them. Some are behind Savage. Yeah, Savage? Savage and Ultimate raids, if you feel like pushing your mechanical skills. That's true. That's very true, yeah. Whee. There's also a slew of titles you can get. Minions, mounts, achievements, all sorts of things. Triple Triad cards. Music rolls. Deeper into the maze, Alphino is gazing into the Archeon with an appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian.
Okay. Okay. Oh boy.
I'm getting the crystal.
And no one will stop me.
This probably has to take like 3 to 4 months of straight grinding, I guess. At least, yeah. Oh yeah, and I80 frames. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, gemstones. In the market for something on the rare side. Got a whole village worth of surplus from the Archeon, some of which can even be yours for some bicolored gemstones.
You now have access. You now have access.
Fuh. I don't see no writing map here. Access my... I thought better of that one. I thought better of that one. Anyway. Wording on that would have been terrible. Oh god. I'm good. Hello, custodian.
Mr. Custodian.
Greetings, we are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Fair, Alcor. Very fair. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes. Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the convenience of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? students about Desian. Huh. You think he's onto us? The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Fates are interesting, but I wish the rewards were more worthwhile. At least at low level, they don't seem worth the effort. Nah, like I said, they're kind of just padding for like EXP or items. Well, specifically company seals once you unlock them. I'm good. Gold. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me. Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. Please, even talking is an effort. Go and bother that gleaner I told you about.
It wouldn't happen to be Aaronville, would it?
Just be like, bye, friend. Bye. Oh, hi there. Can I interest you in a... Hi, I'm totally not stalking you, but I'm kind of following you because like water. I like his outfit. Not gonna lie. Very good. Shushutabi. His name is Shushutabi. Or is it her name? No, I think that's a boy. It's a little hard to tell with the Lalas. I think it's a boy though. Right. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what we found. Or what we found is. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. I'll just let her squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. At first we thought it might have escaped from one of the research laboratories, but when we reported our find to the studium, they were just as dumbfounded as we were. If it truly is a newly discovered species, we could have our names appear in the Gazette.
I am so close to leveling. I do like leveling as I quest. It is very good. Yes, yes.
Oh, I forgot to search for... Oh, there it is. It's more of what level you are determines if you can fish in a pool. And then you can't use that lure until you are that level at least. It is Arnville.
Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close.
Leave it to me.
You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. If the feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw, single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart.
Why do they keep reading this back? No one likes this.
The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one.
I will end you. Not you, Aaronbo. The mechanic. The stupid mechanic. There, that's the hornbill. Wait. Unless. Yeah. Wait, I missed. There.
Fair shot.
Ah, there's his voice.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Pretty birdie
So
called
you
the
met with
hornbill.
that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
Yeah, pretty birdie. Named a hornbill. Yep. That's what I learned.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
True.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose.
True.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties.
Okay, I like it.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum.
Oh.
The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
That's ominous as hell.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Aww.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Eh?
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Hmm. Okay, I can see how you got that then.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
Right?
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Aw. You know, I'm just like, nah, you cool.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Fair.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
He is.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Oh? Wah. Grabbing things.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Ooh.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Aaronville.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
True. I'm just about to level. Dang it. Ah, that wasn't quite enough. I'd have to kill 8, no, 10 more. Wait. Yes. Wait. No. Yeah. Yeah, 10 more. Oh well. Wait. Northwest, but where in the northwest? Oh, west? Eh? Now you want me to go south? What? Oh, it's in the lower level. Scream! Drift. Down, 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 down. Okay. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Arenvel knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. The medial circuit, which Arenvel mentioned, is a tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. I took a peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Level up, level up. What level's my... Right, it's halfway through. That's what I meant. How far is the XP bar? Okay. That is the same. Still the same little phrase. Man-made though it may be, this shaft was designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Arenville's warning and do step carefully. Very good. The medial circuit. Alize seems eager to get underway. Fair. Assuming everyone's tighten their straps and check their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Okay. Okay. Hey look, it's a thingy. Why am I walking? I briefly saw that this was on my hunt list. Very good. Must hunt. Will hunt. Let the hunting begin. Oh, I only need to kill one? Well, that's a surprise. Normally I have to kill like 3. Oh, okay. Well, snap, I guess. I missed wait here, I see. Oh, I could've... You know what? Never really got into hunts? No, that's fair. That's fair. There's a lot of cool things you can get from them. I tried out hunt trains for a little bit. But they're usually at like very specific times of the day, so... And I'm not gonna screw with my schedule too hard if I don't gotta. I could just do these, the like dailies and the weeklies, but that's a lot.
That's a lot. I don't need to burden myself where I don't need to, you know?
I mean, I guess I could have time every now and again, but I miss most of the dailies. Maybe the weeklies. But I'd also have to run them solo, YOLO, bum 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 bum. It's not that they're hard, it's just that, I don't know. Oh well. Despite me wanting, despite me wanting a bunch of the stuff. It's Tuesday, isn't it? It's Tuesday, isn't it? That's just fun to say. Anyway, I have a raid tonight. Pretty good. Oh, hello there. How are you? Good? Good. Very, very good. Where's my fairy, by the way? Oh, I think I dismissed her. I don't really need her at the moment. Okay. Anyway. Listen, I don't have to watch my feet if I'm floating over things. I may not be flying, but I'm floating and it works. Right? Right. Okay. Slow-mo. Wait, why did it have me go the long way? I could have gone down below, too? Wait, are they down below? Oh my god, don't tell me that they are. Oh, no, you know what? This is actually super duper 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 steep. That's what I was gonna say. There's the ether current! I knew there was one here. You'd think they would bully me into going down this path for the ether current, but no, they had me go all the way around. And then they didn't do the thing that they did with... Well, I mean, I guess they kinda did it. You remember in Shadowbringers, they had like a trail of NPCs to show me where to go, pretty much? They didn't do that here. They kinda had 2 spots I had to fight things, but that's about it. It led me, I guess, but yeah, it's not the same. Not the same.
Oh, wah, wah.
That mine shaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why do they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? That's a wonderful question, actually. What the hell? I don't think about it. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment. That's all. I'm not injured if you don't count my pride. Oof. Did you know Cryo almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift.
What?
Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnels have delivered us onto the medial circuit.
Into the newsroom.
As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arenville's assumption,
Aaronville. Oh my god.
holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. My memories of this place are a touch hazy, but if we keep to the path heading north, then we should eventually arrive at a farm of some kind.
Music's only a little silly.
It's fine. Puppy! Away!
What's up, Doc?
Where's someone's watch? Oh, I can go in here. Right. I didn't realize it was this building. I completely forgot which building it was. I just knew I could. Oh, there's nothing to do here for now. Grapes. I should be laughing at them, but I know. If you know, you know. Yeah, the music's good. You know, you know.
Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Mario Ergonomics.
There were grapes. There used to be grapes that were very, very square. Now there's a lantern in the game that looks like them a bit. But it used to be in that cutscene showing the grapes, you would see the really squarish, blocky grapes. And it became such a meme that even people would even like cosplay as the grapes and stuff. And it got immortalized as a lantern. It was wild. Now they look rounder. I'm still gonna giggle though.
Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods used in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora, who's so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed. Mystery vegetables without a name. Only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say?
Oh my god.
See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues.
Let me see if I can look it up. There's somebody made stickers with the polygon grapes and it just says remember us. Oh my god. This community meme's so fucking hard, man. Okay, here, I found it. Yeah, this community is a good one. Hold on. Let me, wait, no, I didn't want to copy it. I wanted to save the image. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, hold on. Image. Wait. Here you go. Here you go, class. On the left is what they were, on the right is what we just saw. Grape. Grape. They are very great, yes. Never should have changed, Lamo. PS1 era graphics. Yeah, just out of nowhere. It was quite funny for the community. Hey, you guys want to see a meme? I made it myself. I posted it on Twitter and stuff, but here you go. Buff Sabotender. It's okay, guys. He isn't real. He can't hurt you. Alright, he go bye-bye now. I love him. Alright. Say. What? You beg to differ. What? What do you mean? It's not real. It can't hurt you. It's okay. You'll be fine. I'm told this cart holds the harvest meant for the larders here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Fair.
Well, may I help you, sir?
Provide me information.
What? Nothing.
Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a mom long. Order lists a mom long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. True, though. Visit us again when the lift is back in normal operation. I should hope we'll have all new crops to show you by then, but we probably won't. Aww. Wait, where are my other friends? Scree! Oh, there's Cryle. There's Cryle. Boom, I'm like a lumbering giant in comparison to her. Sheesh. A field full of ripe vegetables being left to rot on the vine. Not a single picker hard at work. Clearly, procuring readily available fresh food is not the forum's priority. That is suspicious. Suspicious. Who just lets the food rot on the vine, man? There's Alfie. I don't know where Stola is, though. Where's Stola? And so you've spent years researching this high-yield cultivation techniques.
Oh, very good.
Do I have aught to be taken below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for what? I'm sorry? Words? Oh, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence a stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling a lot up that slope, it was a job and a half. Right, back to it then. Once I'm done here, I think I'll take some fresh fruit to the last stand and have them whip me up a dessert. Fair. Very, very fair. Stola! Rest in peace. Rest in peace, grapes. You will be missed. Truly. It'd be funny if they left one square and you had to find it. Surely they didn't, though. That one's pretty close, not gonna lie. They're still kind of square, they just look more fleshed out, as it were. String onions and tomatoes? What are mandragoras doing here? Not a Corrigan. I took a moment to survey the surrounding area. There are several other facilities nearby we can investigate if we fail to learn aught of value here.
Oh, bless.
Oh, very good. I discovered it. Wait. North. Wait, east. 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 East? East? East. North? Eh? Eh? South? East? It's on the building, isn't it? Wait, hold on. 9 yalms to the east. Oh, it's directly below. Okay. That's my only other guess. Very good. East. West? I can't go for that. Or can't go that far west. Damn. I got the hops? Wait, hold on. I want to see if I got the hops. Yeah. I got the hops. Oh, hey, look. Hops. I'm kidding. Hops.
What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Isilbard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Oh, ouch. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amenus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation.
See, that's what you could have done, Garlemald. Gotten smarter, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, they didn't have to do warmongering stuff for it.
Once we've picked the fruit, we'll need to take the cuttings. Rather a lot of them, in fact. I wonder if they're planning to grow a new vineyard somewhere.
Vineyard. It's vineyard. But it looks like vineyard. To investigate the stacked boxes that were briefly mentioned. Why am I walking? Why do I keep you know what? Actually, I'm being attacked by things, so I have to keep walking at this. But hey, look! Something on my list. Of death and murder. Yeah, that's right. Come for me. I'll mess you. Oh!
Oh, emotions. Anyway. The label on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. These flowers are very, very pretty. I love them.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. with too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Oh?
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
Fair.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
I'd rather you do research on this pretty flower. But thank you for the explanation. Hey, look, my friends. Matoya's music!
Have you learned aught of interest?
Yeah, really pretty flowers. Oh, you mean the other stuff?
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
True.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
If only.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Arcane, okay.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
It is.
a little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
That does make sense to me.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Fair.
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
True.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
Yeah, kind of fair.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Kyle, where'd you go?
Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad you agree.
Shala, meanwhile, is also like, I highly doubt you heard a thing, but okay.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Would you say I'm hunting rabbits?
Almost. I can almost reach you.
It's so pretty. Let me take a picture of this real quick. Okay. Maybe I try drawing at some point. She's still staring at them. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Uh-huh. It feels wrong to spy on Erenville. Helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? True, though. Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Is Cryle still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Did you see which way Anvil went? The phrases did not change. The full report, warts and all. I'm sorry? Words. Alize is not able to let Erenville out of her sight. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Okay. They just, like, roamed. Boop. West! West! Can I even go there yet? West! Oh, wait, that's by another bridge. I may as well just keep going with my quest then. Fine. Oh, did I need to kill another one of those? I think I did. Oh well. I can still hear it. Brr. We've fallen too far behind, and this damned mist won't help matters. It seems Shola wishes to have a word with us. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. True. Oh, but there are other ways. There are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! The fact that there was no warning. I'm a toad. Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. Why'd you have to go and do it without warning me, though? I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Arenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn of anything of note. Aww. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with the Stola to restore or prolong the transfiguration.
Stola, why?
I would have enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for the change of pace. But Y'shtola is right. I am too preoccupied with other matters. Stand still, and I shall recast a spell. The transformation should last long enough to allow you to find and spy upon Arenville. I just wanted to see what she said, not gonna lie. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area or by speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish... Yeah, anyway. Talk. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Talk. Ribbit? Ribbit, ribbit. Okay, we're going. Oh, that is a large block to tell me where it stays in effect. Goodness. We're really doing this right now. My copy bar will definitely not rat us out. Don't worry about it, guys. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Oh, very good. I learned a new location. Can't get got by the other toads. We're good. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is saying, that he is telling you this is the wrong way. Oh, okay. No, Syrah, please. I'm just a toad, and my life is a nightmare. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alley Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. To the north. He said it's the wrong way. But she looked to the north? Oh. Cross the bridge and then go north. Oh, that bridge. Oh, I see. I wasn't supposed to come down here. It's fine. I'm fine. Froggy? Where are you, Froggy? Froggy? Ah, there we go. Very good. Lamau. We are some excited frogs. And definitely not suspicious.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Wow, we're so appreciative of you. We're putting more work on you. Wow, I've never felt so appreciated in a month. That's not how that works.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands.
Yeah, speak up for them.
We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Oh?
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
He's right. Tell him.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Damn, he's good.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Fair.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
True that. Aaron Villa, homie!
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah, that's fair. Here, homie. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I have to pay more attention the next time I see one. True. I suppose we should have known a Gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid.
If we happen to cross paths with Arenville again, I should like to thank him properly.
A guide of sorts. Alice staring off in the direction Arenville departed, a thoughtful look on her face.
What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Cryo for the moment, see what they think of this.
Fair. Wait, ether currents. Southwest. There it is! Whee! Ether currents! Wait, no, I almost fell off the edge. I'm good. Boop. Oh, yeah. Southeast? Oh no, that's probably the lower half. How many do I have? 4. I have 4? What in the What in the bull?
Where ether current? Give me current.
No, that's simply to the south. Wait. Oh, that's somewhere. Oh, I see where that is. Actually, I'm low on time. I'm just gonna go ahead and go back to my quest.
For now. For even now. Right now. Right now, now.
Dun, 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 dun. Where Cryo?
Where is Cryo?
That's what I said.
It's funny how normal the force seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening.
Fair.
Welcome back. I trust you found Arenville, then?
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something of import, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryo, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander.
I'm going to the flowers. We're going to a cutscene. Ah! Blue quest! Oh, I like that blue quest. Not today. Not right now. I'll do it next time.
Not today. Not now. Scree.
Wait, no, this way.
Hmm.
Do I need to kill another one of you? I don't, actually. I only need to kill one. Very good. Then I wrap around here. And I go up the... Hey! Go up the hill. Eh, stupid rocks. Look, rocks, I'm driving here! There we go. Oh, the crates are gone. The delivery must have happened.
Cutscene. Ooh, ah, ah.
Oh, she picked it. Hmm?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Aw, thank you.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Eh?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Idling time.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
One mouse over.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul.
Yay!
I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Thank you, Heidelin.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play. Though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will.
AKA, we're not tempered.
That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
True.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
What? What went wrong? Oh,
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
That's a great question.
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Oh.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Always have been.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities.
True.
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
No! Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Right?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Oh. Oh shit. Okay. I don't know how to explain that one for him.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Fair.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Have you met us?
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Oh boy. Oh, is this a longer cutscene than I thought? Oh shit, okay. Oh shit, okay. I'll have to stop right after this quest, I think.
Forgive me. I was careless.
Nah, you're good, Raha.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
True.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order.
Hell yeah. He may have gotten caught, but we got what we needed. I'd already hate that guy. I know nothing about him. Oh, the guy who is yelling at us and saying that we need to be detained? That is Alize and Alfredo's father, and he disowned them, so he's on our shit list right now.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Mouse spirit. Yeah, we don't like him. He's stinky.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I love Cryle's hair. Please pay attention to her hair during this cutscene. It's really cute. It suits her so much. I wish we could get her hair. It's wonderful. Anyway. Random note.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Aw, don't go there. It's fucked.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
Yeah, get him.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Yeah, that's right. Shut up. Kyle's right. You be nice to her.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer?
Get him.
Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Fair question. Oh, that upset them. Too bad.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Hello, Mimikyu. How are you today?
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
I love that we're having a meeting in the middle of the forum and we're just ignoring them at this point.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Wow, he really single-handedly shut them up. Well done, Raha.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
Damn.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
I love the sass.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Woo!
Such misguided zeal.
Unless? Do it.
Father, Master Fortuno.
You got this, Alfie.
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Aww.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Oh, shit, he put us back on topic. Okay.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
That bodes well.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
Yes.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Yes.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
He's right.
No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
I like him.
Order! We will have order!
Unless?
Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
Ah.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
We're being put under house arrest.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Yes, Spirit.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I'm gonna hurry and go ahead and finish this quest so that I can raid somebody.
Thank the gods for Scarlet Montaigne. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right, that I am still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arenvold and myself.
You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I believe... Oh, there we go. I believe the guiding principles of the Scion... Oh, no. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. There we go. Oh my god. Voice changing, go brr.
I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time.
That's funny, though. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. Okay. Oh, cool. So I'm just ahead of the last quest for this section. So that means I got at least 8 quests done today. I got 10 quests today, so yeah, very good. I'm gonna come over here. Wow. And like blend in and stuff. Very good. Okay, I'm not blending in very well. I'd have to stand behind Grail. Nah, it's not really gonna work. And yes, it's snowing. Lightly. Okay. Wow. Alright, it's time for me to end stream. Thank you guys for joining me for the beginning of the journey to a heckin' Charlene today. Okay. Wait, did I just misclick? Oh, I see. There we go. Screenshot. It's a pretty shot. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys for joining me today. Alright, so let me quickly look for somebody to raid. I am late, so you know how that goes. Gotta move fast. Also, for those that didn't see it, a boom. Ta-da! We got new thingies! Whee! Haha. Yeah! Oh, here. Let me switch here, right? And then I will show you the proper thing. Ready? Whoop! Haha! Ta-da! Aren't they though? This one. This one's from the Eden raids and post Shadowbringers, the transition. And then the one behind me is from Amaranth, a location in Shadowbringers. So very FF themed, which is very me. So I'm happy with them. Hehe. But yeah. I know I don't change screens a lot, but when I do, they'll be there. Yes. Oh, I forgot to put them in my thing down below. Oh my god. Thank you for reminding me. You didn't mean to, but you reminded me. In my credits. Okay, hold on. FF14 fingers and transitions by... I think that was the new. Hold on, let me double check. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to put that up until I used them because I didn't want to spoil the surprise. There we go. I've put it in my credits down below. I have more than just those ones, but those are the only ones I set up for today because, well, those are the ones I want to start with, so you know how it goes. Alright, who to raid? Let's find out. Oh. Very good. Oh, Light's back, and she's playing Power World. I haven't seen her in a minute. She also plays FF14. I don't think she's gotten into Endwalker yet, though. That's great, and you should be proud. Oh, jeez. I'm glad you guys liked them. Alright, let me mute my browser. Oh, and you guys probably didn't see, but at the beginning of this stream, I did sing a little. I just sang the main song for Endwalker. It was a little scuffed because I haven't done it in a minute, but I did do that. So if you watch the VOD, like the first 10 or so minutes, probably you'll find it. Yeah, I think we'll go to Light. Like I said, she also plays FF14. Yes. And today she's playing Power World, which I also play. So, you know, there you go. So we're gonna go ahead and go over to Light. What's it called? And I'm gonna do my usual shenanigans. Alright, well, thank you guys for joining me today. I hope you have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, depending on where you are in the world. Be sure to hydrate, to eat, to stretch, take vitamins and medicine, get some sleep if you need to. If you'd like to join us in the Discord, please do. If you're the controller of Roboto and I find you in there, I swear to God, I'll ban you so fast you'll like hurl. Just put it in that warning in advance. I'm getting kind of tired of them. Okay, anyway. The card is for my general links, including the YouTube. If you join the Discord, you can get pings directly when I'm going live, and the like. There's my Twitter, there's my Blue Sky, and all the other good fun stuff. I post my schedule on YouTube down below, here on Twitch, on Twitter and Blue Sky every week, every Sunday night, Monday morning, for some of you probably. Yeah. If you want to support me and the stream directly, there is the Ko-Fi for tips and the like. Huh? Yeah, it's called X now, but if I say Twitter, people know what I'm talking about. And then if you want to help me with upgrades for the stream and such, there are some stuff on there, on Thrym. Yep, there's all my links and whatnot. Yep. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Power World. I'll see you then. Bye bye!